The carved figure resembled the young man in the painting. Marquez said that the painting contained clues only a Gnostic could solve. But when it was back in this room, all would become clear. If I looked hard enough, I'd find the answers I needed. It was the figure of a priest, but with a dog's head. The figure was pointing up at a ring above him. I couldn't put another statue there. That wasn't worth trying. The painting held. That was all. Nope. I needed a better idea. The priest appeared to have a padlock through his mouth. He was pointing down to the ring below him. There was a tower within the ring. Maybe it indicated a place? Inside the ring was what looked like an affluent town. It was a castle of saints, Castel de Sants, in Catalonia. The figure of the young man was just like the one on the front of the fireplace. It couldn't be a coincidence. The youthful figure held a glowing blue orb in his hand. The figure of the young man was just like... The youthful figure held a glowing blue orb in his hand. Within the ring, there were a number of houses. It was a village or a small town. Inside the ring was a castle gate. I had no idea what it signified. The bearded figure was similar to the one on the fireplace in the hall. I wondered if there was a connection. The orb in the old man's hand glowed with a green light. It was a tower of tormented souls. They looked like the damned. That wouldn't have worked. I couldn't put another statue there. That would be pointless. I needed a better idea. Nope, I needed to try something else. That wouldn't work. I couldn't put another statue there. What are you thinking, Nico?
The fireplace. It looks familiar.
You're right. You know what?
In Marquez's photo, his family was standing in front of it.
The photo was of the Marquez family. On the fireplace behind them were two identical statues. On the fireplace behind them were two identical statues. Hey, Nico.
Are you sure the statues are both in the right position?
I'd put some statues above the fireplace, but it was hard to tell if they were the same ones as in Marquez's family photograph. That wouldn't have worked. Hey, Nico.
Those statues on the fireplace, are you sure they're in the right position?
Senor Marquez? I found this.
I remember this from my childhood.
Take a look at this.
That statue has seen better days.
Anything else about the photograph you can tell me?
You see, there used to be statues on the mantelpiece. They must have been looted.
Are you sure you don't want your medallion back?
I am sure. I know.
Nico and I are risking our lives for you. You really can't tell us anymore?
Truly, I do not know.
Do you think the Tabula Veritatis was hidden here?
Perhaps. Who knows?
Anything else about the painting I should know?
I keep telling you, I don't know.
Eva isn't a Gnostic?
As a child, she was shown the truth that is Gnosticism, but she has not chosen its path.
So, you're the good guys?
Good and evil are meaningless terms. We strive simply to maintain balance and keep the tabula from those who seek to exploit it for their own ends. We must find the answer.
There was a crate of brandy amongst all the mess. An empty crate of fine brandy. The carved trees bore a remarkable resemblance to the ones in Simeon's notes. The carved figure resembled the young man in the painting. Excuse me? I'll leave you to it then. The scroll under the shield read El Pont de Suerte. There was nothing to help me. It was just stuff in the corner of the room. There were spent bullet casings lying amongst the rubble. Nope, I needed to try something else. That was... That... That was... That wouldn't... That would be pointless. That... Nope. I only had a few matches. Using one now probably wasn't a good idea. I needed a better idea. Nope. That was almost a great idea. Almost. I... I'd put some statues above the fireplace, but it was hard to tell if they were the same ones as in Marquez's family photograph. If I looked hard enough, I'd find the answers I needed. A large Ouroboros dominated the center of the painting. Before he was killed, Simeon had said that the tree inside the Ouroboros represented hidden Gnostic knowledge. And here it was, a whole new image inside the snake. Hobbes had uncovered it, but now he was dead. A scarred face stared back at me from within the Ouroboros. It was a tower of tormented souls. They looked like the damned. That was almost a great idea. That would be Nope. That wouldn't. I need. That was. That was. That would. That would be pointless. There was a tower within the ring. Hey, Nico.
Those statues on the fireplace, are you sure they're in the right position?
Hey, Nico. What do you think of this? Familiar?
Yeah, this is definitely the same fireplace as in the photo.
Finally, La Malediccio was back in its rightful place. Part of the family photograph was missing. The very section that was so clear in Nico's photo. Hey, Nico.
Those statues on the fireplace, are you sure they're in the right position?
Hobbs had sketched the face he'd discovered in La Malediccio. It was obviously important, but I had no idea whose face this was supposed to be. Hobbs had sketched. It was obviously important. I wondered if the notes could help decrypt La Malediccio. The first passage read, "And thus spoke the accused. In this ritual we find succor. Clad in blue, the perfecti take the form of the spiritual and look towards the rising sun, toward the tree of knowledge. Clad in green, the credentes look the other way, towards the setting sun, where stands the tree of life." I wondered what it all meant. The third passage read, "Pure light, white light, pure light will win." So it was written in the old texts, affirmed by the Tabula Veritatis. And these were the accused's last words. Interesting. There was more about light, and somehow the Tabula Veritatis had a connection. Simeon would have known what it all meant, but unfortunately, Simeon was dead. The second passage read, "And all shall know that the light of knowledge is blue, and that the light of life is green. For thus was the light of Eden, both blue and green, intertwined with the light of man to become pure." Knowledge is blue and life is green. Well, that was good to know. I wondered what color was the light of man. The illustration showed a group of colored figures engaged in some sort of ritual. The blue and green figures appeared to be in control. The crowd in the foreground were colored red. I guessed it was a representation of the ritual in the text. The large figures looked just like the carvings on the Castell fireplace. The note was written in Latin from the vice prefect of the Vatican archive. It said that the attached scan contained the only information the Vatican had on the Tabula Veritatis. I'd put some statues above the fireplace, but it was hard to tell if they were the same ones as in Marquez's family photograph. The church clearly had a long history of demonizing the Gnostics. Hey, Nico.
Are you sure the statues are both in the right position?
The carved trees bore a remarkable resemblance to the ones in Simeon's notes. The carved trees bore a remarkable resemblance to the ones in... I'd put some stat... Hey, Nico.
Those statues on the fireplace, are you sure they're in the right position?
I'd put some statues above the fireplace. The plinths looked like they could be rotated. The wind chime was made from old tin cans and other rubbish. The wind chime was made from old tin cans and other. From the dial I could see that the main doors of the house faced north. From the dial I could see that the main doors of the house faced north. That was almost a great idea. Hey, Eva.
Signor,
Anything else about the painting you can tell me?
my father says it has a special connection with this house. From where I stand, this house is a place of murder and violence, which is why I want nothing to do with it.
This is your family, right?
Looks like it.
Do you know anything else about this?
No, my father never told me what it was.
Never in a month of sun. That's... Hobbs had skipped. It was... They didn't go together. They didn't. They didn't. Well, it's... Not a... The blue statue was missing its head. Only his robes and sandaled feet remained. A third one resembling the ornaments in the family photograph. It was the lower half of a green, barefooted statue. 4 statues, but only 2 belonged to the mantelpiece. There was no way. I'd put some steps. Hey, Nico.
Those statues on the fireplace. Are you sure they're in the right position?
I'd put some Hey, Nico.
Those statues on the fireplace, are you sure they're in the right position?
I'd put some Hey, Nico.
Those statues on the fireplace, are you sure they're in the right position?
I'd put some statues above. Hey, Nico.
Those statues on the fireplace, are you sure they're in the right...
I'd put some statues above the fireplace, but it was hard to tell if they were the same ones as in Marquez's family photograph. The statues were facing outward, just like in the Marquez photo. I waited with bated breath for something to happen. Nothing. Hey, Nico.
Are you sure the statues are both in the right position?
The statues on the plinth were the same as the ones in the Marquez family photograph, and their colors matched the characters in Simeon's manuscript. I was definitely onto something. If I looked hard enough, I'd find the answers I needed. That wouldn't work. That was... They didn't go together. On the fireplace behind them were two identical statues. Senor Marquez? Take a look at this.
Did you break this?
No, absolutely not.
Good.
Anything else about the painting I should know?
I keep telling you, I don't know.
I found this.
It looks like one of my father's statues. He collected ancient carvings.
So, you're the good guys?
Good and evil are meaningless terms. We strive simply to maintain balance and keep the tabula from those who seek to exploit it for their own ends.
Nico and I are risking our lives for you. You really can't tell us any more?
Truly, I do not know.
Do you think the Tabula Veritatis was hidden here?
Perhaps, who knows?
Eva isn't a Gnostic?
As a child, she was shown the truth that is Gnosticism, but she has not chosen its path.
Are you sure you don't want to see these papers?
I told you that the word. We must find the answer.
The stone fireplace was old and dusty. It looked like it had lain undisturbed for decades. That would be point. I held up the medallion to the fireplace.
Georges, what are you...
Hold on. I'm waiting to see if...
Nothing happened.
Huh. It was one of those ideas that worked better in theory. The statues on the... and their colors match. I was... Nope. Yeah, I decided against doing that again. That wouldn't have... That would be pointless. I had to get closer before trying that. The statues and their... I would... That was never... That wouldn't work. Nope. It didn't work. The scroll below the shield read Tremp. The scroll beneath the shield read Puicharda. The statues on the plinth were the same as the ones in the Marquez family photograph. And I was...
What is this? A staircase. I never knew. We must go up. We don't have much time. Stairs. Always stairs.
Oh my God, look at this.
Georges? Georges! What's this? A piece of burnt paper with the word Wolfram. That sounds familiar.
Wolfram. I curse that name forever.
What do you know about Wolfram, senor?
Wolfram. I spit on the name.
So you have lived here for a long time?
All my life. My father served here before me. In fact, he named me after Senor Xavier's favorite saint, Saint Ramon, patron saint of the falsely accused.
That's nice.
Not really. The Moors put a padlock through his mouth.
Oh, I see. Well, I guess there's a lesson there for all of us. What is Wolfram?
It was a mining company, run by a murdering swine called Gainen. In the Civil War, they backed the fascists. In return, Gainen was given soldiers to do his dirty work. They came here, brought their bloody war to this house, and killed Senor Xavier.
They shot Xavier? Senor Marquez's father?
I was just a boy, but I remember like it was yesterday. Shot him and his friend Hernandez, like animals.
Why did they come here?
They were searching for something, but they brought death with them. But there is one thing I have never understood. Xavier tried to escape through the library. But the library windows are barred. It is a dead end.
This Kenan, who was he?
He was Swiss, a businessman, and a murdering swine.
So what did he want here?
I don't know. When he wasn't torturing the locals, he disappeared to the library. Spent weeks in there, making notes and studying maps. His men, they crossed the whole of Catalonia searching for something.
Did they find it?
Who knows? One day, Gainen just disappeared. He never came back. An accident, perhaps, in the mountains. May his soul rot in hell. The soldiers didn't stay long to search for him. They hated him too.
The name Genan was familiar. He was the person who had tried to buy La Maledicción. A coincidence? Perhaps.
There is no such thing as coincidence.
So, when the soldiers left, you took back the house?
Yes. A few years later I returned and cleaned the place up. It broke my heart. I locked the library. I could not bear to touch Ganon's papers.
Can I have a look at the library?
No, I have kept it locked to honor the memory of Senor Xavier.
Please, this is important.
I lost the key.
You lost it?
That evening when I locked it up, I drank to the memory of Senor Xavier. The cellars were well stocked, Senora. It was a long night. I hid the key, then forgot where I hid it, so it is lost. That was all that was left in the morning. I haven't touched a drop since.
I needed to find out what Ganon had been working on in that library. Does this mean anything to you?
Should it?
Does this mean anything to you?
Should it?
So, you have no idea what you did with the key?
All I remember is waking up in the old car.
George, are you there? The grate had locked back into place. I decided to leave the painting for later. Two large figures framed the fireplace. The fireplace was adorned with carved trees. There was a row of shields displaying heraldic symbols. The scroll under the shield read, Girona. The scroll below the shield read, Puigcerdà. The scroll beneath the shield read, El Pont de Suert. The scroll under the shield read, Tramp. The scroll below the shield read, Figueras. The scroll beneath the shield read, Olot. The scroll below the shield. The bookcase held old Catalan books. I wouldn't be able to read them. There was a crate of brandy amongst the mess in the great hall. Apparently Ramon drank them all. Must have been some night. The scroll beneath the shield read Olot. The scroll under the shield read Berga. The scroll below the shield read Bascara. The scroll beneath the shield read Roses. The scroll beneath the shield read Loretta Ma. The hall had collections of old items everywhere. Ramon claimed he had tidied the place up. The internal courtyard had been beautiful once. Even overgrown like this, it had a serenity. The door was locked. I had to find the key. I wondered where Ramon could have hidden it. The plants at least were thriving in the rubble. No, that would never have worked. I needed to find the key. An intricate mosaic adorned the floor. That wouldn't work. I needed to try something else. That wouldn't happen. That wouldn't have worked. That wouldn't happen. The window is even prettier from inside. I believed it depicted old saints. The wind chime looked like it was made from old cans. A beautiful stained glass window had survived the attack so many years ago. According to the sundial, it was mid-afternoonish. Eva looked ready to shoot anything that moved. Eva, I am glad your father is safe.
He's old and foolish. He shouldn't be here, but he wouldn't listen to me. I suppose he's still going on about that painting.
Well, yes. In fact, we decoded it.
You did?
Yes, we found a secret passage behind the fireplace.
What?
Your father and Georges went in.
What? That's ridiculous. He's an old man.
Don't worry, Georges knows what he's doing. So he always tells me anyway. Your father is looking very frail.
He's old, and he could do without people giving him the runaround chasing lost treasure.
Have you ever been inside the library?
No, I'm told it is locked.
The key is lost. Ramon says he hid it years ago and cannot remember where.
Shame.
Can you think of anywhere Ramon might have hidden the key?
What do you think I am, psychic?
Seen anything suspicious?
Apart from you and your American boyfriend, no.
He's not my boyfriend, you know.
Whatever.
I didn't think she'd be interested. I didn't think she'd be interested. Talk to you later. The fountain had dried up long ago. An old apple tree provided shade. Shame that the goat's rope wasn't long enough for him to enjoy it. Aren't goats cute? I do wonder why Georges has such an aversion to these noble creatures. The old car must have sat there for decades. The goat had been tethered. Seemed unnecessary. The gentle animal wouldn't have harmed a soul. The goat had been tethered. Hello, little one. Another brandy bottle? Ramon really went for it that evening. A 5T71. Extraordinary. The dashboard seemed intact, but this old family car would never drive again. The inside of the car was in a bad state. The floor of the car was littered with keys from sardine cans. I guess that's where he got all the cans for the wind chime from. An old pair of shoes. Tin can keys. I guess that's where he got all the cans for the wind chime from. Someone had been sleeping in the car, but long, long ago. In amongst the mess was an old book. An old and very dubious pillow. I picked up what looked like an old diary. It was Ramon's. The library will forever be a shrine. No one will enter. I shall hide the key in a safe place. Once I've eaten. I have just what I need and know what to do. Oh, beautiful lady, your eyes are so blue. I just can't stop thinking of you. Ramon was quite the budding poet. Our lives are entwined like ivy on a tree. That is what you mean to me. Nice. Hey, I was reading that. Have you no respect for great art? Pretty indigestible, huh? A heap of old brandy bottles. Ramon must have been in the car on that night all those years ago. A pile of old apples. Looked like the goat had been eating lots of them. The mountains of Catalonia, breathtaking. The goat had been tethered.
Yes?
Are you sure you can't think of where Ramon might have hidden the key?
No, and neither do I care.
Talk to you later. So, you have no idea what you did with the key?
All I remember is waking up in the old car.
I just had a look at that old car in the garden. Looks like someone slept in it.
Me. When I returned, I couldn't bear the house at night. So, I slept in the car.
No. It was the doorway back to the hall. An intricate mosaic adorned the floor. The plants at least were thriving in the rubble. The castle was vast, but most of it was now inaccessible. That wouldn't make... Just some old trash. But the sound was pretty. I wondered if it was Ramon's handiwork. One old sardine can was bulging slightly. I fished around. There was something in it. Despite the scrap components, the wind chime was beautiful. It was uncanny. There was something in that can. And there it was, the key to the library. I found your key.
I thought it was lost forever.
Ramon had been true to his word. This place was like a shrine. A globe sat forgotten in a corner. I wondered if Marquez had played with it as a child. Books were still stacked neatly in the bookcase. More were scattered on the floor. The tapestry had been flung to one side. The old armor was in pride of place. Genon clearly hadn't moved it. The table had been cleared. An empty frame rested against the wall. When they left, Genon's soldiers probably took everything of value. Ramon was right. The window was barred. I wondered why Xavier Marquez had tried to escape through the library. The huge trunk in the corner looked interesting. The trunk contained someone's personal possessions. At a guess, Genon's. I wondered what secrets they might hold. There was an old map at the top of the trunk. The map had interesting markings and scribbles all over it. Georges would be so jealous.
So, what is this place, Senor?
It is my family's chapel.
It's not like any chapel I ever saw. Where's the altar, the crucifix, the Christian symbols? And this fresco, what's that?
How extraordinary. It tells a story. It depicts the journey of my ancestors, the Cathars, and their escape from the hilltop fortress of Montsegur with the Tabula Veritatis, from under the very noses of the soldiers of the Albigensian Crusade.
Whoa, wait a minute. Who are the Cathars? And what have they got to do with the tabula?
The Cathars were Gnostics. They lived in the south of France in the 12th century, at peace with the Jews and the Catholics of the Languedoc. They preach that men and women are equal, that God is within you, and that the Church is an obstacle to salvation. The Pope found their core beliefs abhorrent. The Cathars accused him and his Church of corruption. He condemned them as heretics. When the Pope learned that they were the guardians of the Tabula Veritatis, he conspired with the King of France and called for a holy war to wipe them out. The Albigensian Crusade was a callous, ruthless massacre. The final confrontation took place here at Montsegur in 1244. The Crusaders believed that they had slaughtered all the heretics. But a handful managed to escape with the tabula. They traveled south across the Pyrenees along secret trails. They brought the tabula here to Catalonia to be hidden once more. Sadly, it was not the end of their trials. The Spanish Inquisition saw to that. Nevertheless, for generations, my ancestors continued to guard the secret of the tabula. So, you understand why La Maledictio is important to me. It will lead us to the tabula again, so we can keep it safe from those who wish to abuse its power.
The painting brought us up here, Senor. We need to find out why. Senor Marquez?
Yes?
Why was this room so well hidden?
After Monsegur, my ancestors were very careful about announcing their presence. Even I, as a boy, knew nothing of this place.
Maybe the fresco is important.
Perhaps it denotes a dark time in our history. But wait, there is something strange.
Go on.
Each of the escaping Cathars is carrying a tabula.
But you said there's only one tabula.
That is right. So, why would they paint this lie?
Maybe to hide the real destination?
Of course, and only a Gnostic would know the right one.
So you say the Cathars are Gnostics?
The Cathars were a medieval religious movement based on Gnosticism. Nowadays, we simply call ourselves Gnostics.
So the tabula is the key to the power of God?
Yes, it is an object of tremendous power.
Wow, this Albigensian crusade sure must have been a bloody affair.
Few were spared. But it was only one episode in 2 millennia of persecution.
I knew he wouldn't be interested. It was a candelabrum holding a single candle. It was a large marble statue of an old man with a beard. The statue held aloft a colored glass lens. These statues...
What of them?
They're just like the figures in the painting. And on the fireplace.
Indeed, they are the 2 pillars of the Gnostic faith in harmony. And the bearded one is Yahweh, Jehovah, God of the physical world. The other is known by many names. Hillel, Ishtar. He is the bearer of light, Luxfere, Lucifer.
Lucifer? So you guys are devil worshippers?
No. When he is in balance with Jehovah, Lucifer is the god of desire and ambition, driving humans to be inquisitive, to discover, to advance. Just as Jehovah, when he is in balance with Lucifer, is the god of order. Jehovah stands for selflessness and altruism. Gnostics worship the harmony of both gods in balance.
But what if one were to rule without the other?
If Jehovah ruled without Lucifer, then individuality would be surrendered. Mankind would be wholly conformist, mindlessly dependent, mere pawns of a controlling power.
And what if Lucifer ruled without Jehovah?
Ambition and desire would be transformed into unbridled greed, and man would lust only for wealth and power. Society would descend into chaos, disorder and war would prevail. Then Lucifer would be the devil indeed.
Marquez had told me that this was a statue of Lucifer. I decided not to leave quite yet. I was sure there was more to discover up here. Marquez had told me that this statue was of Jehovah. It was a glass wheel divided into 6 colors, and it looked like it could be rotated. Part of the lens was covered. Light streamed through the window onto a lens. The window illuminated the glass in the statue's hand. It was a glass wheel, just like the one held by the other statue. Part of the lens was covered. The fresco deserved a proper examination. The fresco was surrounded by dusty inscriptions. My Latin was a little rusty, but I could still translate. Ex igne puritas, from fire, purity. Ex luce veritas, from light, truth. Ex labore sapientia, from struggle, knowledge. Cathars being burned at the stake. Knights of the Albigensian Crusade. Knights of the mountain fortress of Montsegur burning after its capture by the Crusaders. Cathars being burned. Cathars fleeing across the Pyrenees to escape the slaughter of the Albigensian Crusade. They seemed to be carrying something. A town of northern Catalonia. 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 A town of northern Catal. A town of northern. A town of. A town of northern. A town of northern Catalonia. Cathars fleeing across the Pyrenees to escape the slaughter of the Albigensian Crusade. They seemed to be carrying something. Cathars fleeing across the Pyrenees. They seemed to be carrying. That was. Nope. That would be. That was. That wouldn't. Senor?
Yes?
So this chapel is as new to you as it is to me?
Indeed, I never knew it was here.
So are there any other secrets within the fresco?
The root of the Tabula Veritatis, that is a big enough secret, is it not?
So Jehovah, he's God, isn't he?
He is the central figure in Abrahamic religions, but he represents just one aspect of our Gnostic beliefs, the physical world.
So this statue is Satan?
Not Satan, Lucifer.
Okay, so not evil?
The church demonized Lucifer to suit their own ends. He represents the spiritual and intellectual elements of the world. Good and evil are simply products of the human condition.
You talk about balance. What does that mean?
Harmony comes from the balance of Jehovah, who offers order, and Lucifer, who brings ambition. Only under their dual influence will man become enlightened, see the light.
Who were the Cathars again?
The Cathars were a medieval religious movement based on Gnosticism. Nowadays, we simply call ourselves Gnostics.
So the tabula is the key to the power of God.
Yes, it is an object of tremendous power.
Wow, this Albigensian crusade sure must have been a bloody affair.
Few were spared. But it was only one episode in 2 millennia of persecution.
What's the deal with these lenses that the statues are carrying?
Clearly, they change the color of light that is reflected onto the fresco.
But why? And why the different colors? Does all that colored light falling on the fresco mean anything?
I don't know, senor. That is why I need you to help me.
This sketch of the face in La Maledictio,
What of it?
who is it? And what does the symbol mean?
The face means nothing to me. But the symbol, it represents the Tabula Veritatis.
Anything else about the photograph you can tell me?
No, it brings back uncomfortable memories.
Are you sure you don't want your medallion back?
I am sure. I know you will find a use for it.
Take a look at this.
That does not interest me.
He wouldn't want to see it. A small leather cap covered part of the device. The color changed from yellow to green. I removed the small leather cover to reveal a crude crystal lens. Colored light streamed through and shone onto the fresco. Colored light from the rotating glass wheel was refracted by the lens onto the fresco. The color changed from yellow to green. The color changed from green to turquoise. The color changed from turquoise to blue. It was a candelabrum holding a single candle. Just what this place needed. Bit of mood lighting. If only I had a few scatter cushions. The color changed from blue to magenta. The color changed from magenta to red. The color changed from green to turquoise. Cathars, fleeing across the Pyrenees to escape the slaughter of the Albigensian Crusade. They seemed to be carrying something. The color changed from turquoise to blue. The color changed from blue to magenta. The color changed from magenta to red. The color changed from red to yellow. The color changed from yellow to green. The color changed from green. The color changed from magenta. The color changed from red to yellow. Cathars being burned at the stake. Knights of the Albigensian Crusade. Cathars, fleeing across the Pyrenees to escape the slaughter of the Albigensian Crusade. They seemed to be carrying something. The color changed from yellow to green. The color changed from green to turquoise. The color changed from red to yellow. The color changed from yellow to... That was never... That was... That wouldn't make any sense. The third passage read, "Pure light, white light, pure light will win." So it was written in the old texts, affirmed by the Tabula Veritatis. And these were the accused's last words. Interesting. There was more about light, and somehow the Tabula Veritatis had a connection. Simeon would have known what it all meant, but unfortunately, Simeon was dead. The color changed from green to turquoise. The color changed from The color changed. A town of northern Catalonia. The color changed from The color changed from red to yellow. That would be point. That was... Red light from the medallion fell onto the fresco, mixing with the other colored light. It meant something, but I didn't know what. The color changed from yellow. The color changed from turquoise.
Amazing. The light is showing the path of the Bonzong.
The what?
The sacred trail my ancestors took across the Pyrenees, carrying the Tabula Veritatis, from Montségur across the mountains to this town.
And which town is that?
I don't know. That I cannot answer. But its coat of arms is quite distinctive.
But how does it bring us closer to the tabula?
It tells us the route the tabula took 800 years ago.
I think that's all we're going to find up here.
You're right. We should return to the hall. Eva will be getting worried.
Okay, we found the route of the Bonzom Trail. How does it help us?
It must somehow relate to the painting.
Papa, are you crazy? What are you doing?
I'm fine, don't fuss.
You got me out here to look after you, so let me do it. Ramon is outside keeping watch.
Georges, I'm glad you're safe. What did you find?
There's a secret chapel above the fireplace. But it's not your average everyday chapel. It's a Gnostic chapel. All laid out for worshiping not one god, but two.
What?
I'll tell you when we have more time.
You know, I found some things too, which might connect with all that. Come to the library. Oh, could you bring the painting? I think we're going to need it.
Are you all right, Senor Marquez?
I am fine. Just winded, that's all.
Any idea what Nico might have found?
Parts of this house have been sealed off for a long time. You go. I will stay here.
You really had no idea that the Gnostic chapel was behind the fireplace, did you?
No, but the house is full of secrets.
Can you tell me any more about this trail of the Bonzom?
It was the secret route taken by my ancestors across the Pyrenees. The route that brought the tabula to Catalonia.
Eva?
Yes?
Let me know if there's anything I can do to help your father.
I will. Thanks.
What are you doing with La Maledizio?
Nico found something and asked me to bring the painting. I promised to take care of it. The fireplace controlled the passageway up to a secret chapel. I had no reason to return to the chapel.
Eva, go with him. Make sure the painting comes to no harm.
I should stay with you, Papa.
Don't worry about me. La Maledizio is more important.
Have you brought the painting?
Sure, why do you want it?
Because I found out what Genon was up to.
The Gainan who tried to buy the painting from Madovsky?
No, Genon who led the fascists here during the Civil War. Genon who then spent months here searching for something. And who vanished one day, leaving that trunk full of goodies over there.
You think he's connected to the Gainan who wrote the letter to Madovsky?
It seems likely that they were related.
Maybe. So what's the plan you've uncovered?
Take a look at this. It's Genon's map. He was searching for something.
Searching for what exactly?
The Tabula Veritatis, I guess.
You think he found it?
I doubt it. If he had, then people wouldn't still be chasing after the painting.
So why did you want me to bring it?
See this scribble in the sea?
It's the same shape as the circles around the Ouroboros.
Yes, Genan thought that pattern in the painting had something to do with a map of Catalonia.
So, I guess we try to finish what Gainan started. I'd put money on those circles around the Ouroboros being places in Catalonia.
But which places?
Maybe the painting can give us some more clues. Eva,
Yes?
do you have any idea what we should be looking for?
What do I know? You're the ones who think there are secrets hidden here.
There was a coat of arms on the fresco, a crown above crescents and stripes.
I think that's Catalan, but I know no more.
This map is confusing.
Maybe Gainan had already decoded it.
So what do you think about La Maledictio?
My father thinks it's going to lead him to some ancient Gnostic secret. Me? I still think that it's all superstitious nonsense.
Hey, Nico.
Yes, George?
Any ideas on what Gainan was trying to do with this map?
Find the tabula veritatis, I guess.
The suit of armor appeared to be standing guard. A moth-eaten tapestry hung on the wall. It was an empty frame. The painting had almost certainly been looted by Gainan's men. The map had to be the key. The municipality of Tremp, the municipality of El Pont de Suert, the municipality of La Pobla de Segur, the municipality of Vieja y Miseran, the municipality of Sort, the municipality of Col de Nargot, the municipality of La Seu d'Urgell, the Soldeo region, the French castle Montsegur. I saw this location highlighted on the fresco. The municipality of Camprodon, the municipality of La Seu d'Urgell, the municipality of Puigcerdà, the municipality of Olat, the municipality of Figueres, the municipality of Bascara, the municipality of Torelló, the municipality of Bagà, the municipality of Tremp, the municipality of Oliana, the municipality of Solsona, the municipality of Berga, the municipality of Vic, the city of Girona, the municipality of Santa Coloma de Farnese, the municipality of Granollers, the municipality of Puig-reig, the municipality of El Moianès, the municipality of Manresa, the municipality of Cervera, the municipality of Balaguer, the municipality of Albesa, the municipality of Igualada, the municipality of Esparraguera, the municipality of Terrassa, the village of San Ramon.
Saint Ramon. Ramon told me he was named after a Saint Ramon.
There's also a saint on the painting.
Let me guess, he has a hefty padlock through his lips?
The municipality of Tàrrega, the city of Lleida, the municipality of Mora d'Ebre, the municipality of Flix, the municipality of Falset, the city of Tarragona, the municipality of Gandesa, the municipality of Tortosa, the municipality of Amposta, The village of San Ramon. The city of Barcelona. The municipality of Granollers. The municipality of El Moyanés. The location didn't sound familiar. I needed to get up to speed on Ganon's research. The mountain range of Montserrat. That was a total guess. Maybe the painting or fresco would have helped. The municipality of Berga. The location didn't sound familiar. I needed to get up to speed on Ganon's research. The municipality of Puigcerdà. That was a total guess. Maybe the painting or fresco would have helped. This was one of the locations highlighted on the fresco.
And this was the starting point of the journey of the Bonon, the good man, the Cathars, right?
I decided to put the pin back down. 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 I wasn't sure that I had all the information I needed to pinpoint the important locations. It was a well-worn hat. I lifted the hat out of the chest. A pair of worn-out boots lay in the bottom of the trunk. I had no desire to take the old boots. A small piece of oilcloth was folded neatly inside the trunk. I removed the oilcloth from the chest. The blanket was made from rough old military wool. There was a folded shirt. There was something tucked beneath the shirt. I picked up the blanket. There was nothing underneath it. There was a small folded piece of paper in the chest. There was a folded shirt. I picked up the folded note. It was a telegram. There was nothing underneath the other shirt. I had no desire to take the old boots. There was a folded shirt. I put everything back in the chest. The window looked out onto a small courtyard. It had a grille of solid iron bars. The books were covered in cobwebs. They hadn't been touched for a long time. Hey, Nico.
Yes, George?
Any ideas on what Ganon was trying to do with this map?
Find the Tabula Veritatis, I guess.
Eva,
Yes?
any ideas?
No.
Any more ideas about the locations?
There must be clues somewhere. Try finding anything that Ganon might have left behind.
There's a telegram in the chest, but it's scrambled.
Do you think there might be some kind of clues in it?
I do. Just like the painting, Eva. This is real. So I wonder if this coat of arms is relevant.
If it's marked on the fresco you saw, then it must be.
The old man was fast asleep. I didn't want to disturb him. The old man was fast asleep. I didn't want to disturb him. I had no reason to go back out there. It was a circular stained glass window. The scroll under the shield read El Pont de Suerte. The scroll below the shield read Girona. Time to take another look at the map. 4 clues, 4 locations. I just needed to pinpoint the location they referred to. That wouldn't have... That wouldn't work. That wouldn't have... That would be... That was almost a great idea. Almost. The pattern looked similar to the layout of the orbs on the painting. Ganon must have figured out that the orbs referred to various locations in Catalonia. The municipality of Gandesa. The Cathars fled Montsegur. That had to be important. 4 clues, 4 locations. I just needed to pinpoint the location they referred to. The map had 4 clues. Well, that didn't work. Never. That. The scroll under the shield read Olot. The coat of arms was exactly the same as the one depicted on the fresco. It read Berga. The coat of arms was It read Berga. The scroll beneath the shield read Bascara. The scroll beneath the shield read Bascara. The scroll below the shield read Lorette de Mar. The scroll below the shield read Lorette de Mar. The scroll beneath the shield read Figueres. The scroll below the shield read Tremp. The scroll under the shield read El Pont de Suert. The scroll beneath the shield read Puigcerdà. Torn books and broken furniture had been piled into the alcove. None of it looked of any value to me. Time to take another look at the map. The municipality of Baga. Berga was one of the locations highlighted on the fresco.
Then it's probably a clue. Berga must be important.
So, the coat of arms on the fresco pointed us towards Berga.
Then it must be important.
2 locations down. If the vignettes on the painting were anything to go by, I needed to find 2 more. I couldn't be sure that it was the right place. The municipality of Vic. Gaynor had been researching the possible locations of the tabula. Perhaps there were some clues left in his possessions. The municipality of Granollers. That was a total guess. Maybe the painting or fresco would have helped. The city of Girona. I couldn't be sure that it was the right place. The municipality of Olot. Gaynor had been researching the possible locations of the tabula. Perhaps there were some clues left in his possessions. The municipality of Puigcerdà. I couldn't be sure that it was the right place. The municipality of Granollers. That was a total guess. Maybe the painting or fresco would have helped. The village of San Ramon. I'd found 3 locations. Now I had to track down the last one. The municipality of Granollers. Gaynor had been researching. Perhaps there were some. The municipality of. The location didn't sound familiar. I needed to get up to speed on Gaynon's research. The municipality of Puigcerdà. I couldn't be sure that it was the right place. The municipality of Cervera. The location didn't sound familiar. The municipality of Tariga. I couldn't be sure that it was the right place. The city of Tarragona. That was a total guess. The municipality of La Seu d'Urgell. I couldn't be sure that it. The municipality of Sort. Gained had been the municipality of Solsona. I couldn't be. The municipality of Oleana. Gained had been perhaps. The municipality of Tremp. The location didn't sound. The municipality of Balaguer. I couldn't be sure that it was. The location. The city of Lleida. I couldn't be sure that it was the right place. The municipality of Tortosa. That was a total guess. The municipality of Puigcerdà. Gained had been. I decided to put the I decided to put the I decided to put the municipality of Terrassa. The location didn't sound. I couldn't be sure that it was. Gained had been researched. Perhaps there were some clues left in his possessions. The location didn't. Gained had been. Perhaps. The location. That was a. I couldn't be sure. The location didn't. That was a. The municipality of Terrassa. I couldn't be. The municipality of Mauresa. That was a total guess. Maybe the pink. The municipality of Vic. I couldn't be sure that it was the right place. The municipality. That was a total. I decided to put the pin. The village of San Ramon. Berga was one of the locations highlighted on the fresco.
Then it's probably a clue. Berga must be important.
The Cathars fled Montsegur. That had to be important. I wasn't sure that I had all the information I needed to pinpoint the important locations. I needed a better idea. I had no desire to take the old. It was a nice hat, but it wouldn't fit me. That would be point. That was. That wouldn't. That was. Nope. That would be point. That wouldn't work. Nope. The books were covered in cobwebs. The scroll below. The scroll under the shield read El Pont de. The scroll under the shield. The coat of arms was exact. It read Berga. The scroll beneath the shield read Basca. The scroll below the shield read. an empty crate of fine brandy. The scroll beneath the shield read Puicharda. The scroll below the shield read Girona. I had no reason to return. The old man was. I didn't want to. Eva,
Yes?
any ideas?
No.
Any more ideas about the locations?
There must be clues somewhere. Try finding anything that Ganon might have left behind.
The fresco was beautiful and it showed us Berga.
Did it have any other clues?
Well, I don't think so. Not obvious ones, anyway. I deciphered the telegram. The Tabula Veritatis was smuggled out of Montsegur to Catalonia by a group of Cathar survivors. I have confirmed this from confessions extracted by the Dominican Inquisitor Emmerich of Girona. It was signed Wolfram. The Tabula Veritatis was smuggled out of Montsegur to Catalonia by a group of Cathar survivors. I have confirmed this from confessions extracted by the Dominican Inquisitor Emmerich of Girona. It was signed Wolfram. Hey, Nico.
Yes, George?
Any ideas, Nico?
Maybe we should try and work out which places on the map La Malédiction refers to.
Inside the ring was what looked like an affluent town. It depicted the town of Berga on the trail of the Bonzon. The castle gate signified the mountain fortress of Montsegur. The building in the ring depicted the town of Saint-Ramon. Father Simeon had claimed that the symbol represented the Tabula Veritatis. A scarred face stared back at me. Inside the ring was what looked like an affluent town. A moth-eaten tapestry hung on the wall. Eva.
Yes?
Any ideas?
No.
The telegram in the trunk mentioned Montsegur and Girona.
Girona, it has to be important.
Mark what we know on the map. Maybe we can spot a pattern.
The Dominican monk Emmerich was from Girona. The dog-headed priest on the painting. I could see a pattern emerging. The locations had formed an odd cross shape, similar to the layout of the orbs depicted on the painting. This is the center point of the cross, so the tabula must be here. Montserrat. It has to be Montserrat. The question is, what's Montserrat?
It's a monastery in the mountains, quite a tourist spot. But there's something else. I think it used to be a Gnostic refuge, hundreds of years ago.
Bravo, my friend.
Medovsky?
No, Langham.
No, it's Genan, isn't it?
Very good, Miss Collard.
So, what happened to the real Langham?
He went for a long swim in the Seine. Now, I was expecting to have to rip this place apart and retrace my grandfather's steps, but I do believe you have saved me quite a lot of work. The tabula is at Montserrat. Who would have thought it? The old man will be coming with me.
No, please, take me instead. He doesn't know anything.
And you do? I think not.
But he is old.
Eva, hold your peace, child.
You can't do this.
Oh, but I can. I will. Man is weak, servile, controlled. He must be freed, freed from all constraints, free to fulfill his desires.
And you plan to raise the devil to achieve that?
Not the devil. Lucifer. Now, if you don't mind, we have a long journey ahead of us. Come on. They can rot in there.
We have to get out of here now. I assume that lunatic is as dangerous as he looks.
I'm afraid so, Eva. I think he's killed before.
You know, Nico, we were chasing Medovsky, but all along, we were really up against Ganon's grandson. I had to figure a way out of the room so we could catch up with Langham. I didn't have time to look at the map again. The window looked out onto a small courtyard. It had a grille of solid iron bars. I had no desire to take the old boots. It was a nice hat. I didn't want the smelly oilcloth. Hey, Nico.
Yes, George?
What do we do now?
I'm trying to think, George. There's got to be a way out of here.
Try not to worry about your father. Ganon did say that he needed him.
And when he finds that he no longer needs him, what then?
For now, Eva, we need to focus on getting out of here.
It was an empty frame. That was never going to happen. That wouldn't work. The door was locked. That was nope. I needed a better idea. That wouldn't work. That was... The suit of armor appeared to be standing guard. That was I needed a better idea. That wouldn't... The books were covered in cobwebs. I had to figure a way out of the room so we could catch up with Langham. I didn't have time to look at the map again. A moth-eaten tapestry hung on the wall. Nope. That wouldn't work. Nope. The window looked out onto a small courtyard. It had a grille of solid iron bars. We need to get out of here.
Then we follow that bastardo.
My thoughts exactly. That so didn't work. That wouldn't have worked. The window looked out onto a small court. It was an... Look, daylight. That doesn't make any sense.
It's a false door, Nico.
So that's why Mackenzie's father tried to escape through here. He didn't have time to open the false door. Great work, George. Come on, Eva, let's go.
We need to rescue your father and stop Langham before he gets the tabula. Eva, I think you'd better stay here.
Are you kidding? You'll need me, especially if there's a fight.
Eva, it'll be very dangerous.
Signora, you do not understand. It is my duty.
Okay. We'd better check up on Ramon first.
Sure. Then we will go and kick some ass.
Couldn't have put it better myself. Montserrat was way up in the mountains, a major tourist destination. But we went there as tourists. We had an old man to rescue and an ancient tablet to find. And standing in our way was a cold-blooded killer. Why would the tabula be hidden up here of all places?
For hundreds of years, the mountain has been kind of a sanctuary. There's an old Benedictine monastery up the hill.
Well, I guess that's where we need to start looking.
Wow, it's empty. Where is everyone?
This place is normally full of tourists.
I don't like the look of this one bit.
At least it's not monks with guns.
Don't even go there, Nico. Time to bring out the dumb tourist.
It's a role you were born to play, George.
The place is deserted. What happened to all the tourists?
There's something funny going on.
No way those guys are normal guards.
They're carrying guns.
I know. There's something strange going on. There was no point leaving until we had what we came for. Nice lamppost. Looking at that fence, I'd guess they had dog issues around here. I suspected these guys wouldn't let us in anytime soon. A bench with a view. I guess normally tourists would be fighting over that seat.
Howdy, fella.
Sorry, pal. Monastery's closed. Till further notice.
Oh, gee, well, ain't that just my luck?
Yeah, ain't it?
And my two pretty sisters here are so looking forward to seeing the monastery.
Life's full of disappointments.
Sure seems that way. And the monastery's definitely up there, huh?
It is. But it'll still be there tomorrow.
Oh, we fly back to Austin tonight.
Well, isn't that a shame?
So why's the place closed?
VIP visitors.
Wow, that's exciting. Which VIPs?
A foreign prince.
The Prince of where?
Yeah, that's the one.
Wow!
So we can't let normal folk in.
Oh, of course not. No, not if the Prince of where is there. Hi there, buddy.
Sorry, we got a virus loose. Whole place is locked down.
A virus? Oh, my God. Ain't nothing worse than a VIP with a virus.
I don't know what you're talking about. Get out of here. Take a hike, pal.
Howdy. Is this the way up to the monastery?
Yeah, but it's shut. No one allowed in. The monks, they're on strike.
Wow. What happened? Someone make 'em work ungodly hours?
Nah, I don't think that was the problem.
But why was the prince allowed in then?
I don't know. Stop asking me questions.
It was a magnificent building. I wondered if the tabula was really hidden up there.
The place is closed.
It was a magnificent... We're moving away from the monastery.
Yes, but with those goons in the way, we have to find a different approach.
Maybe there's some other way around, via the cable car station?
Or at least someone in the can tell us what's going on. Someone's coming out. Quick! We need to hide! I think it's Lagon.
Block everything off. Lock the whole place down, understand? The tabula's got to be up in the monastery, I'm sure of it. Come on.
Yes, boss.
Close all the routes up to the monastery, and then make the old man talk.
Yes, boss.
This time, don't be so gentle with him.
Did you hear that? They haven't found it yet, but Senor Marquez must be in a bad way.
Listen, I have to follow those bastardos. I might be able to slip through on my own.
Sure. We'll see if we can find another way up. You think she'll be okay?
Eva can handle herself.
The cable car hung midway across the valley. It wasn't moving. It was one of those tourist telescopes that usually charge a fortune. My God! Nico!
What is it?
This telescope! It's free! It was the other station for the cable cars. Wait, what's that? That rock looks familiar. Nico, take a look at this and tell me what you see.
You're right. That rock looks like a head.
I've seen that shape before. Take a look at this. The face in the Ouroboros, it's exactly the same shape as that rock.
That can't be a coincidence.
And you know what? Langham's got the forged picture, the one without the face.
So the rock won't have meant anything to him.
Nico, I don't think the tabula's up at the monastery. I think it's down there somewhere, around that rock. The face in the rock stared ominously up toward us. The face was identical to the one in the painting. It had to be important. There was a small chapel perched on the edge of the cliff. It looked ancient. It was the other station there were a couple of people stuck in the cable car. They looked kind of familiar. Then I realized it was my old friends Dwayne and Pearl Henderson. The Hendersons had an uncanny way of showing up wherever I went. The cable and wheel mechanism looked sturdy enough, but the thought of riding in that tiny cable car made my stomach flutter. They didn't know I'd seen them. I needed to give them a signal. I signaled back to Pearl. I couldn't make out if there was any response. Pearl seemed to be writing something on the window. It said, "Help, stuck. Door code 0797. The station door must have needed a code to open it. I wondered how Pearl came to know that. Come on, Nico. Pearl's giving me the code to the door.
What? Pearl? Who? How?
Trust me, Nico. I've got friends in low-hanging places. Huh. There's no one here.
Looks like everything has been shut down.
Help!
There was a metal box on the floor. A metal lunchbox. Someone sure wanted to keep their cheese safe.
Hey, is anybody there?
Whoa! Did you hear that?
We're stuck in here. Help!
How about that, Nico? A talking lunchbox. Huh. What will they think of next? I better take it with me. A talking lunchbox. Locked. With no key, I was going to have to find a way to break into it. The lock was too well made to be picked. That was... Well, that did... The lock was too well made to be picked. The cable cars were scheduled to run all day. The huge cogs were part of the cable car mechanism. They looked very powerful. The cables were suspended in a huge contraption that ran the cable cars up and down. The wheels were part of the cable car mechanism. Looked like a small closet. There was no lock, but the door wouldn't open.
Go away!
Hello?
Georges? There's someone in there.
Are you all right in there?
Just go away!
There was no lock to pick. I needed a better idea. Wait, please. We mean you no harm.
Please, come out.
I'm staying right here until I know it's safe.
Wait, please.
I'm staying.
No one was manning the counter. There was a big lever on the console. Intriguing. I've always loved levers. There was a large console in the corner. I guessed it operated the cable cars. The control panel looked complicated. It wasn't powered up. And the cogs turned, but the rest of the mechanism didn't seem to be engaging. The control panel looked complicated. It wasn't powered up. The control panel looked complicated. It wasn't powered up. The control panel looked It wasn't. How do we persuade her to come out?
We need to make friends with her.
How can we get this console to work?
I think that girl is the answer. I want to know what's in the box.
How can we get this console to work?
I think that I want...
The box was now wedged in the cogs, or rather, the giant can opener.
That's quite a mess you've made there, George.
You know what they say about making omelets, Nico?
You can't make them without strawberry jam?
The box was mangled beyond repair. Just as I thought, it's a two-way radio.
Can anyone hear me?
Dwayne, this is George. George Stobart.
Holy cow, George, just the fella I need. How you doing, buddy?
I'm good, Dwayne. And don't you worry, I'll have you out of there in a minute.
You reckon you can get the cable car running again?
No, the console isn't working properly. I've got no idea why not.
George, this is Pearl. Get Kat to help you. She knows everything about that place.
Kat? Is she the girl in the closet?
Has she locked herself in? Oh, dear. Let me talk to her, darling.
The box was mangled beyond repair.
Kat? Wait, please. We mean you no harm. Please, come out.
I'm staying right here until I know it's safe.
Kat? I found you a friendly voice.
How do you know my name?
Kat, dear, it's me, Pearl.
Pearl? How did you get here? That's not possible.
Listen, darling, it really is me. But I'm talking on the radio. George here is a very decent guy, and you should open the door.
I'm not going to fall for that. Prove it's you.
All right. Remember we discovered we both love musicals?
Yeah? And my favourite one is?
How does it go now? Help me out. I am the very model of a modern major general.
Of information, vegetable, animal, and mineral.
I know the kings of England, and I quote the fights historical.
From Marathon to Waterloo in order categorical. I'm very good in integral and differential calculus.
I know the scientific names of beings and homunculus.
In short, in matters, vegetable, animal, and mineral.
I am the very model of a modern major general.
All right, only Pearl would know that, and I trust her. Who are you?
I'm George, and this is Nico. How did you end up in a closet?
There were some guys with guns. They took over the whole station. I hid in here.
We're trying to avoid them too.
I was quite surprised, you know. They never mentioned guns at the job interview.
Really? We need to use the cable car. Can you operate it?
Yeah, if the console was working, but they sabotaged it.
And there's no way to get it started?
There might be. Let me see. See that burned out fuse down there?
In the back by the prongs?
Yeah. The idiots stuck a spanner in there and blew the fuse. They wanted to make sure no one could use the cable cars. Connect those two prongs somehow, and the console should restart.
How on earth are we going to reach that?
I don't know. But don't stick your arm in there. You'll get fried.
Nothing of interest in there. The console had a hatch, for repairs, I guessed. It was the only area that was safe for me to touch. Anywhere else would have given me one hell of a shock. I needed to avoid touching anything that could give me a shock. I needed to avoid touching anything that could give me a shock. The console looked complicated and dangerous. I needed to electrically connect the two prongs to hotwire the console. It was a radio. Dwayne had the other one down in the cable car. In the wrong place, the paperclip would do more harm than good. In the wrong place, that was never. That was almost a great idea. That wasn't.
Hi, it's Cat, isn't it?
Yeah, Cat D.
Catchy. And you run the station?
No, this is just a summer job.
So what do you do when you aren't locked in cupboards?
I'm a designer.
Oh, hey, I knew a designer once. She...
George, we're in a bit of a hurry here.
Of course. I was just curious about Cat.
Yes, I bet.
How come you know about repairing consoles?
I like to know what I'm working with.
Got any ideas how I'm gonna reach those prongs?
Don't you have something useful in your pocket?
Yep, most likely. So what's down there?
There's a little chapel called Santa Cova.
Did those guys go down there too?
Nah, I think they settled for closing down the cable cars.
How do you know Pearl?
She and Dwayne came through here this morning.
You seem like old friends.
I know. It's almost as if I'd seen her before.
I didn't think she'd like that. I didn't think...
I have half a cookie if you're hungry.
I didn't get to eat my breakfast, but you know, I think I'll pass.
Do you like cockroaches?
No, definitely not.
This is Trevor. He's very cute.
Please don't let him out.
I didn't think she'd like that. I didn't think she'd like that.
You like flowers?
I love him, but I haven't got a vase to keep him in.
I didn't think she'd like that. I didn't think she'd like that. I didn't think she... I didn't think...
Would you like to talk to Pearl again?
No, thank you. Let's just find a way to rescue them.
Cat seemed all right, but I decided to keep the painting to myself. Any ideas on how to reach those prongs in the console?
Oh, if only we had some rubber gloves.
I should have asked Annette for hers.
Well, you can't take everything, George.
So what's down there?
There's a little chapel called Santa Cova.
Did those guys go down there too?
Nah, I think they settled for closing down the cable cars.
With Langham and his thugs out there, it was far too dangerous to be walking about. Besides, I was convinced that we could make the cable cars work from in here. Nothing of interest in there. That would be... That was almost... That looked like a small closet. Nope. That wouldn't make any sense. That... No one was manning the counter.
Anybody?
It was a radio. Dwayne had the other one down in the cable car. That wouldn't work. That... Would you like to talk to Pearl again?
No, thank you. Let's just find a way to rescue them.
The control panel looked complicated. It wasn't powered up. The cogs would no longer turn. The cogs would no longer... Strawberry jam was smeared all over the machinery. Well, I'd done stranger things in my life. The paperclip was now all sticky. The paperclip was all sticky with jam. That was... I stuck the paperclip to Trevor's back. I bet he could work in an office now. Time for Trevor. I put his matchbox down. Good boy, Trevor. Trevor loved that cookie, but I wanted to make him work for his reward. That would be pointless. That was all. That would be pointless. Go, Trevor, go! Poor Trevor looked like he needed therapy, but the console was working. The console, it's working.
Cool. I can send you down there if you want. Let me just bring the cable car up here.
Pearl and Dwayne are going to be mighty relieved.
Oh, they must have been going down in the other cable car.
Come on, Nico. There's no time to lose. As we got closer to the face in the rock, I knew for sure that we were on the right track. It was definitely the same as the face in the painting, but with one difference. The symbol of the tabula was missing from the rock formation. Well, here we are.
But no way to reach the face. Let's have a look around. There must be a way up. There had to be a way to get to that rock face. The door was locked with a high-security padlock. No way was I going to get through there. The chapel looked like it had been built into the cliff face itself. Georges, the chapel looks like it's been built right into the rock.
You're right. We should take a look inside.
I wonder, how old do you think the chapel is?
I'm guessing the exterior's a couple of 100 years old, but the inside? Who knows? Some parts could be much older.
You think somehow this chapel might be connected to the face in the rock?
At a guess, I would say so. Hey, look! It's Pearl and Dwayne.
Come on, honey bun. Things ain't that bad.
You just don't understand. Today's been a disaster.
But
the monastery was closed. We got stuck in the cable car. And now this place is a building site.
Aw, sweetie pie.
This was supposed to be the spiritual highlight of our trip, Dwayne. But the only spirit I see is that rotten turpentine over there.
Aw, heck.
Clearly, the Hendersons weren't having a great vacation. It was an old crank handle. Wood shavings. This was one building site that needed Mr. Tidy. They smelt exotic. It was a stone carving showing a kneeling figure. A statue of the Madonna and Child watched over the chapel. An empty, coffee-stained mug had been left by the altar. A modern plaster altar had been built against the rock. The wall here was made of bare rock. It looked like the chapel had been built right into it. An old candelabra hung from the ceiling. Nico? What should we do next?
Why not find out what the Hendersons are up to?
The scaffolding was a little loose. Everything rattled. It made a surprisingly dulcet noise. It was a half-empty bottle of turpentine. Or, as I prefer to think of it, half full. A fire extinguisher, with all these lighted candles, seemed like a sensible precaution. It produced a dull sound when I rapped my knuckle against it. A paint can hung from the scaffolding. It looked just like its neighbor. It produced a dull sound. It looked like a huge cheese grater. I had absolutely no idea what possible use it could have. It produced a dull sound. It was a spectacularly unremarkable traffic cone. It was a selection of tools. It was a stonemason's hammer. It was a half-empty bottle of turpentine. It was a hammer with a long, thin head, usually used with a chisel to carve stone. It was Dwayne Henderson. He was trying to comfort Pearl, who was in quite a state. It was Pearl. She wasn't her usual cheery self. Lots and lots of candles. The view over the valley was spectacular. The view over the valley. Great to see you again, Mr. Henderson.
Great to see you too, George. Great work back there with the cable car.
Is Pearl okay?
I wish. I'm afraid we're having one of those days where everything goes wrong.
Tell me about it. What have you been up to since we last met in Quaramonte?
Well, there was that little sideshow in Rome, but we can't talk about that. You know why, George.
I do? I do.
Why?
Top secret.
Need to know, Nico. Dwayne is, snoozer.
Don't you mean a sleeper?
No way, honey. A snoozer's at least 2 pay grades up from a sleeper. So I hear. Anyway, I don't believe I've had the pleasure, Miss,
Nicole Collar. Call me Nico.
Well, how's about that? So this is the beautiful Nico. No wonder you've been hiding her away from me, Georgie boy.
Gosh, no,
It's lovely to finally meet you too, Mr. Henderson. George has told me so much about you.
Oh, call me Dwayne, my dear. And let me assure you of one thing. Everything you've heard is quite possibly true.
Dwayne was loud, large, and short-sighted, but boy was he a charmer. Is there anything we can do for Pearl?
I sure as hell hope so, George. She's been planning and researching this trip for years, our little pilgrimage. And Santa Cova Chapel here was the cherry on the cake. Not a thing she don't know about this place. Madonna, blah, blah, blah. Chapel built in, yada, yada, yada. She's Santa Cova's very own walking encyclopedia. Well, weeping encyclopedia, I should say.
So what brings you to Santa Cova?
Pearl's idea from the get-go. Ever since the unfortunate car accident back home, she's been scouring those pilgrimage brochures. Gotta be full of wonder and life-changing imagery. Got to have penance potential. Got to offer a real spiritual experience.
Well, I'm sure this place will be very spiritual once it's finished.
If the chapel is not what she expected, how about the monastery?
Hot dog, no. That place is for tourists, not pilgrims.
You said she expected a spiritual experience?
No, that's what the brochure promised. Pilgrimages, little monk fellas, singing, shafts of light, the whole shebang.
Smells, bells, and heavenly lights.
Yeah, that's what the lady wanted. Oh, excuse me, Pearl needs me. There, dear.
Pearl could be a mine of information about the chapel, if we could just cheer her up.
Pearl.
Shh, she doesn't want to be disturbed.
Hi, Dwayne.
Hey, George.
Did you see the Black Madonna?
Oh, you betcha. She's the little lady we came to see, though Pearl's in too much of a state to even look at her.
Hey, that tune you were whistling earlier, it sounded familiar.
Oh, it's Schubert's Ave Maria. In our courting days, me and Pearl used to hang out with the Campanology Society. It was Pearl's favorite.
I didn't think Dwayne had anything to add. I knew he wouldn't be interested. I thought maybe a squirt of Brett might cheer her up.
Very considerate of you, George, but Pearl prefers a flowery scent.
Dwayne, know anything?
Sorry, George, I don't.
I didn't think he'd be interested. Dwayne, I knew he wouldn't be interested. Dwayne, know anything about this?
Sorry, George, I don't.
Do you think these flowers might cheer Pearl up?
That's a lovely thought, George, but she's allergic.
He probably wouldn't care. I didn't think Dwayne had... He wouldn't want to... Good thing we had the radio.
In my line of work, I'm always prepared.
For what?
Well, thieves. I gotta protect my lunchbox somehow, George.
How you holding up?
Me? Oh, I'm fine. Pearl, on the other hand.
How's Pearl doing?
She's pretty upset, George.
Well, maybe she just needs a hug.
Is that the best you got? The last time she was in a mood like this, I tried the old hug routine.
Didn't go well?
I still have the scars, not just the mental ones.
What can you tell me about Santa Cova?
Well, Pearl's the expert, not me. She knows everything there is to know about this chapel. Oh, excuse me. Pearl needs me. There, dear.
The hammer produced a promising sound. That sounded like an A.
What are you up to?
Look, I made a Churchenspiel. B, if I wasn't mistaken. A. Wrong. A. B. G. Well, that was fun. My mother always said cleanliness is next to godliness. I lit the candles on the candelabra. That wouldn't have... There was a recess in the wall with a Latin word carved above it. Puritas, purity. I'd seen that word before somewhere. I put the shavings in the mug. I lit the shavings. They smelled not completely unlike sandalwood. The shavings were slowly burning inside the mug. The shavings were slowly burning inside the mug. The shavings were already burning. That was never going to work. That was almost a great idea. That was never going to... That was almost a great... That was never... I decided to exhaust my other options before I started smashing up religious artifacts. That wouldn't work. It was tempting to get rid of all the bread, but you never know when you might need a potion to ward off unwelcome advances. That wasn't... That wouldn't make any sense. I put the shavings in the mug. That would be pointless. I lit the shavings. They smelled not completely unlike sandalwood. The shavings were slowly burning inside the mug. That wouldn't have worked. I put the flowers in the mug. I needed a... Nope. I didn't want to burn those lovely flowers. I mixed the shavings with the flowers. Potpourri. Grandma would have been proud. I lit the scented shavings. A sweet aroma started to fill. It was a recess in the rock with Puritas carved above it. The Black Madonna was clearly the focal point of the chapel. That was never going to happen. Nope, I needed to try something else. I needed a better idea. It was a recess in the rock with Puritas carved above it. It was a recess in the rock with Puritas carved above it. That wouldn't have... That was never... That wouldn't make any sense. Nope, I needed to try something else. They smelt exotic. I needed a... That was... It was carved. I decided to exhaust my other options before I started smashing up religious artifacts. That would... That would be... A battered oil drum had been tucked into the scaffolding. The hammer produced a promising sound. B. That didn't sound right. A. B. A. B. Well, that was fun. Nico? So what did you mean by smells, bells, and heavenly lights?
I'm talking about the authentic church experience.
Oh, I see. Smells, bells, and heavenly lights. Any idea how old the chapel is?
That's what I asked you.
So we basically don't know anything.
That's the long and short of it, George.
I found a statue over there. A black Madonna.
Great! What did you find out about it?
That's all I got.
Well, it's not a lot to go on.
Poor Pearl.
She's in quite a state. If we're going to find the tabula, her knowledge is key.
So, all our hopes are pinned on an American tourist.
I pin my hopes on an American tourist all the time.
Any suggestions for bells?
I'm stuck on that one too. But did you notice Dwayne is whistling something to Pearl?
Is that Ave Maria?
Yes, that's it.
Why don't you sing it, Nico?
Over my dead body.
What do you think of the incense?
Smells familiar?
Just like church?
Not quite, but it'll do.
Hi, Dwayne.
Hey, George.
What were you whistling again?
Oh, it's Schubert's Ave Maria.
How you holding up?
Me? Oh, I'm fine. Pearl, on the other hand. There.
The view over the valley was spectacular. Nope, I needed to try something else. That was... That... Nope. That was... That would be point... It was a selection of tools. We couldn't leave now, not when we were so close to finding the tabula. It was rickety scaffolding cluttered with tools and supplies. That wouldn't work. That wouldn't work. That wouldn't. Nope. That wouldn't have worked. That wouldn't make any sense. That wouldn't make any sense. The hammer produced a promising sound. B. A. B. B. A. B. A. 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 B. G. It was rickety scaffolding. Wrong. Wrong. Not a pleasant sound. A. B. A. B. Well, that was fun. Hey, Nico, what do you think of this hammer?
Well, if I had a hammer?
You hammer in the morning?
No, I'd hammer in the evening.
I needed a better idea. That was never gonna... Nope. That would be pointless. The hammer produced a promising sound. A. 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 B. G. A. G. B. G. A. A. B. 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 G. Wrong. B. A. B. B. A. Well. I sprayed the shavings again. They smelt exotic. It was carved from stone. I rested the side mirror precariously on the candelabra. That was I didn't think that wouldn't make any sense. I secured the mirror in place with some yarn. It was a beautiful antique fire hazard. That was all. Nope. The mirror was already secure enough. The candles were already burned. Now that was something. The light from the candelabra spilled over the Black Madonna like waves of spiritual goodness in candle form. The candlelight was dancing on the Black Madonna. Now that was one heavenly sight. Nico? What do you think of the incense?
Smells familiar?
Just like church?
Not quite, but it'll do.
How do you like my lights, Nico?
They look heavenly, George.
What should I do about the lights?
I don't know. But the Black Madonna is the most exceptional relic here. Maybe we could highlight her somehow.
Poor Pearl.
To find the chapel in this state, especially after so much research.
Hey, do you think she might know what the rock face means?
Maybe, but we're not going to get anything out of her in this state.
I found a statue over there. A Black Madonna.
Great! What did you find out about it?
That's all I got.
Well, it's not a lot to go on.
What do you think of this place?
If I were an estate agent, I'd say...
It's got potential?
Right.
The hammer produced a promising sound. A. B. G. A. B. A. B. G. G. A. B. G. G. B. A. G. A. B. A. B. B. Wrong. Not a pleasant sound. Well, the Black Madonna was clearly the focal point of the chapel. That was all. I didn't really want to desecrate such an ancient artifact. I needed a better idea. Nope. That was never gonna. Nope. That wasn't worth trying. That would be pointless. That wasn't worth trying. I needed. That wouldn't make any sense. Nope. That wouldn't work. I needed a better. Nope. That wouldn't make any sense. That wouldn't. We couldn't leave now, not when we were so close to finding the tabula. That was... That was... The carving showed a figure in prayer. The crank handle was connected to the candelabra. It was a selection of tools. It was a selection... The hammer produced a promising sound. B. A. B. A. A. B. A. B. A. G. Well, that wouldn't make... That was never going to happen. I poured the turpentine into the paint can. The hammer produced a promising sound. B. An F sharp. G. F sharp. Well, that was fun. That would be pointless. That wasn't... That would be pointless. That wouldn't have worked. That was almost a great idea. Almost. That wouldn't... That wasn't... The hammer produced a promising sound. F sharp. A paint can was hanging from a piece of wood. It looked just like its neighbor. Well, that was fun. That would be pointless. It was a selection of tools. It was rickety scaffolding cluttered with tools and supplies. The hammer produced a promising sound. A. B. G. F sharp. A. No, that wasn't quite right. A. B. G. F sharp. A. No, that wasn't quite right. B. F sharp. G. A. B. F sharp. G. F sharp. A. No, that was A. B. F sharp. G. F sharp. G. A. That wasn't it. B. Well, that was fun. The hammer produced a promising sound. F sharp. G. F sharp. G. A. That wasn't it. F sharp. G. F sharp. G. B. A. F sharp. Oh, I was so close. A. F sharp. F sharp. G. B. F sharp. Oops. I'd have to start over. A. B. F sharp. G. F sharp. G. B. G. A. B. F sharp. G. F sharp. G. A. That was A. B. F sharp. It was rickety scaffolding cluttered with tools and supplies. G. F sharp. A. A. B. F sharp. F sharp. B. G. I'd missed a note. A. F sharp. F sharp. It was rickety. G. B. A. F sharp. Oh, I was so close. A. B. F sharp. F sh G A. G. I had it. It was the tune Dwayne was humming.
Josh, that's Ave Maria. Let me have a go.
Wow, you really nailed that, Nico.
Yep, this mop really is pretty special. Leave this to me.
Pumpkin? Oh my!
What?
The sound of angels, the lights of heaven, the smell of piety, and
Yes?
the Madonna, I do believe. Tears. She's crying, Dwayne! The Madonna's crying. Fun. Little Timmy. Wrong side of the road. Not my fault. The broken leg. Compensation claim. Forgive me, poor Timmy.
Oh, Pearl, my precious, you're such a sensitive soul.
Well, now that's done. I feel my soul's floating on air. We can get on with our pilgrimage, Dwayne.
Just another 1,000 clicks to go.
Pearl was back to her usual cheery self. Hey, Dwayne!
George!
Hello, dear.
So, Pearl, what have you been up to since we last met?
Well, George, I've been on a journey.
Oh, really? Well, what kind of journey?
A spiritual one. A journey along the road to enlightenment.
Wow. And is that what brought you here?
It is. Though Santa Cova is but one step on that road.
What's so special about Santa Cova?
It's an ancient and very holy place. I've spent the last year researching it, and I can truly say there is nothing I do not know about it.
I don't suppose you'd know anything about that rock out there?
No, only that for 1,000 years, people have claimed to see a face in its shapes.
Still, keeping busy, Dwayne?
Like the man said, George, that old kaleidoscope keeps getting shaken, and the pieces are ever in flux.
Guess it's your job to pick 'em up, huh?
Well, somebody has to do it, compadre.
I enjoyed talking to Dwayne, but I was rarely any the wiser afterwards. What can you tell me about the statue?
I read that the Black Madonna has been here since the 9th century. She's called the Virgin of Montserrat. Some say the original was moved to the cathedral. But Dwayne and I know that's just a bluff, don't we, honey?
We sure do. This one is the real McCoy.
What can you tell me about Santa Cova?
Well, dear, they call it the Chapel of the Holy Grotto. It was built directly into the mountain itself in 1696. It survived the Napoleonic Wars, mudslides, Civil War. But the chapel is still standing today. It's a miracle.
Or a restoration.
What was that, dear?
Yes, a miracle. Hey, Dwayne, take a sniff of this.
That takes me back to my frat house days.
I didn't think he'd... Hey, have a look at this.
Don't you bring that thing anywhere near me, honey.
His name is Trevor.
You gave that a name?
He's a loyal and useful companion.
So is Dwayne, but I don't keep him in a box, George.
Well, there was that one time, honey.
Not now, Dwayne.
He wouldn't want us. So, this ball of yarn, what do you think?
I think you're a lucky man to have it, George. Keep it.
Take a look at these papers.
That document has the Vatican seal on it. Oh, you better keep it safe, honey. I bet there's some people who would love to get their hands on it.
Oh, you have no idea. What do you make of this?
It looks like an Ouroboros.
Oh, you recognize it? Let me show you something else. Can you tell me anything about this painting?
Oh, nothing, dear. Apart from the obvious Gnostic connotations, of course.
What?
You know, the Dominicans. All those Gnostic saints. Doubting Thomas, Judas. And you see the woman in the red cloak? The infamous Mary Magdalene herself.
A lady in red.
That's enough now, Dwayne. You know my feelings about her.
Pearl knew her Gnostic onions, all right.
Then there's the Ouroboros, of course.
Something special about it?
Well, if I remember rightly, there was an Ouroboros right here in this chapel. Back in the 30s and 40s, the chapel was renovated. The workmen uncovered numerous symbols carved in the rock. Amongst them was a fine Ouroboros.
But that's amazing. So, where is it?
Oh, it's not there now.
Oh.
It was considered blasphemous, so they plastered over it. Sweetheart, I think it's time for us to go. The road to enlightenment waits for no woman.
'Tis the pilgrim's lot, George.
It was so nice to see you again. And meet your girlfriend.
We're not...
Take this radio, Nico. Never know when you might need it. Keep an eye on our boy George here.
Poor little lost lamb.
I'm not...
Don't worry, this little lamb's in safe hands. Bon voyage.
Bye-bye, dears.
See ya. Nico, don't even start.
Little lamb?
Let's focus on the task in hand, shall we? Okay, this Ouroboros that Pearl mentioned.
You're right. We need to find it.
Hey, Nico. Anything new on the chapel?
Not yet.
I found a statue over there. A black Madonna.
Great! What did you find out about it?
That's all I got.
Well, it's not a lot to go on.
Got any ideas?
Let's find the Ouroboros that Pearl mentioned.
What do you think of the incense?
Smells familiar?
Just like church?
Not quite, but it'll do.
How come your Ave Maria sounds so much better than mine?
Catholic upbringing.
How do you like my lights, Nico?
They look heavenly, George.
Lots and lots. I already had a candle. The view over the valley was spectacular. It was an ordinary candle in a colored glass. That was almost a great... That wouldn't have worked. That was never going to... That would be pointless. I thought I'd heard a faint click. That was never going to... Ex igne puritas. Through fire, purity. The candle was already burning. I didn't want to waste my last match. That wouldn't have... That would be... Nope, I needed to try something else. That was never going to happen. It was a wall. That was all. That wouldn't work. I didn't need any more candles. That was never going to work. We couldn't leave now, not when we were so close to finding the tabula. It was a selection of tools. It was a crank handle. A carving of a kneeling figure praying to the Madonna. Nico? How come your Ave Maria sounds so much better than mine?
Catholic upbringing.
I found a statue over there. A black Madonna.
Great! What did you find out about it? What?
What do you think of the incense?
Smells familiar?
Got any?
Let's find the Ouroboros that Pearl mentioned.
How do you like my lights, Nick?
Not yet.
I needed a bed. The scent of incense was rising from the mug. Divine. That was almost a great idea. That was that that wouldn't work. That was almost a great idea. Almost. Nope. I hoped this was the right thing to do. Hey, Nico, I found the Ouroboros.
So what now?
Pearl was right. The plaster had covered an Ouroboros. I couldn't see anything unusual about it. I knew it. Another secret passageway.
Amazing, Charles. How did you do it?
Just another case of the old Stobart magic, I guess, Nico. It looks a little dark in there.
Are you scared, Josh?
Of course not. Just worried about you tripping, that's all. Whoa, this is one dark cave.
It's the door that worries me, Georges.
Well, I'm sure the door will open again if we give it a minute. No need to panic. Now we panic. Help! I gotta say, Nico, you're pretty calm about this.
Traveling with you, Georges, I've got used to this kind of thing. If I panicked every time a door shut behind us, probably forever, well...
You're right. What was I thinking? You see if you can get the door open, and I'll go check out the dark, evil-smelling cave. Fumbling around in the dark wasn't going to be fun. But heck, I'd spent a lifetime doing it, so what was new? The stone door had sealed us in. No way would we have been able to prise it open. Hey.
Hi!
Any luck opening the door?
No, not yet. If you find some light, we can search the rest of the room.
The wall felt like it had something carved into it. I didn't want to use my last match until I absolutely needed to. It was the only illumination I had. I needed to save it as a last resort. That would be pointless. It felt cold and smooth, like worn stone. Face, arms, it was definitely a statue of some sort. The thing had branches like a tree. It was cold to the touch and felt like carved rock. It was just my mind playing tricks in the dark. It was stone with a recess in it and, an oily liquid in it. There was some kind of thin twine in the middle of it, too. It was a flat surface like stone. It was a small stuffed animal of some kind. Short-haired. I guessed it was a tailless squirrel. Or perhaps a small badger? It felt cold and smooth, with some indentations along the surface. Hey, Nico, I think I found some light. Whoa!
It must be Genan. Ramon said he disappeared while searching the mountains for the tabula.
So this is where he ended up, dead in a cave. And on closer inspection, I'd even say blown your own brains out dead.
Okay, George, I get the point. What is this place?
Who knows? But look at the Gnostic symbols.
You're right. The colors, the trees. But who is she?
It looks like the Virgin Mary, but I don't think it is.
What do you mean?
The red robes and that whole off-the-shoulder look? It must be Mary Magdalene, of course. Marquez told me that the Gnostics revered her. This place, it's some kind of Gnostic shrine.
There's got to be something to release that door. Maybe amongst these carvings.
But if it was that obvious, don't you think Genan would have found it? There were ancient scratches on the plinth, as if someone had moved the statue. I'm sure that this is Mary Magdalene.
The red robes. It all makes sense. The Madonna would be wearing blue. So, who's the child?
Well, according to the Gnostic Gospels, when Mary kissed the lips of Jesus, she,
Oh, I see.
Yep,
So the Gnostics think that the suckling child is...
I guess so. The pillar had been carved into the shape of a tree and painted green. I knew it represented the tree of life. Blue paint was peeling from the carved figure. I wondered if it was an image of Lucifer. A large carving of the Tabula Veritatis symbol. All the other figures in the scene seemed to be supplicating themselves to it. The carved figure had once been green. I wondered if it was a representation of Jehovah. A group of figures looked up towards the tabula. They were all colored red. I'd seen something like it before. I was glad I hadn't felt around too much before lighting the lamp. Getting up close and personal to Ganon's leathery corpse wasn't pleasant, but we had to figure out how to get out of there. Ganon had certainly been busy before he blew his brains out. I wonder what he'd been up to. The shape matched the symbol of the Tabula Veritatis from the painting. This had to be it. Nico!
What?
Is this what I think it is? It must be the Tabula Veritatis.
So Genan did find it.
It's so small, so innocent looking. Why would Simeon call it evil? Why so many deaths for this?
And why go to such lengths to keep it hidden?
Unless it is as genuinely dangerous as Simeon claimed.
The question now is, what do we do with it?
It was an old water canteen. The contents had long since been drunk. It was an old flashlight. It looked like it died around the same time as Ganon. Oil in the bowl of the lamp fed a wick, illuminating the room with a warm glow. The circle of iron was set into an ornate frame that covered the oil lamp. Ex luce veritas. Out of light, truth. I'd seen the same words on the fresco at Castel de Sants. An old black and white photograph. The subject was hard to make out. Someone had written on it. The photograph was of an ancient clay tablet. Ganon had written on it. Someone, presumably Ganon, had taken the time to translate the inscription. At a glance, the inscription seemed to relate to the exploits of someone called the Sun King. The symbol on the tablets looked similar to the ones etched into the face of the Tabula Veritatis. If the translation is right, the symbol La-On represents the Sun King. If the rest of the translation is anything to go by, sounds like he was quite the badass in his time. Apparently, the symbol Ib-On-Shi meant 3 kingdoms. Shi translates as Mountain Kingdom. Gainan had marked this symbol with the letter B. If Gainan's translation is correct, the symbol La-Ha-Shi represents the Sun City region. Gainan had marked this symbol in red with the letter A. Du-A-Shi apparently means the Two River region. The symbol Ku-Is-I was translated as people, travel, look. Some kind of prehistoric tourists? Gainan had translated this glyph, A-Shu, as Blood River. Doesn't sound like a vacation spot. If Gainan's translation is correct, the symbol La-Ji-Shi represents the Sunset Mountain. Sounds like a theme park ride. Gainan had translated this symbol, Du-U, as 4 victories. If Gainan's translation is correct, the symbol Ka-Ip-Ha means burning enemy cities. Whoever this Sun King guy was, he certainly had a point to prove. The symbol Ji-Ip-Ku meant ending enemy people. I'd guess that means poking people with pointy sticks rather than kissing and making up. It looks like Ku-U is the symbol for the Tabula Veritatis in this language. The symbol Ju-Ha was translated as the young cities. Gainan had marked this symbol with the letter E. If Gainan's translation is correct, the symbol Ip-Lu-Ap means enemy godhouse, probably the temple of some rival deity. The symbol La-On-I meant the Sun King looked. Si-Ip-Ju was translated as the gardens of enemy dead. According to Gainan's translation, this symbol is I-Ju-Lu, which means witnessing the start of Godhead. It had to be Gainan, in which case the body had been there for decades. There was a bullet hole in the side of his head. Just like us, he'd been trapped. He'd chosen suicide. It was a fedora, just like the one in Gainan's trunk back at the Castel. The years hadn't been kind to it. Tucked under Gainan's desiccated arm was an old map. It had writing on it. I prized the map out from under the arm of the corpse. It looked like Gainan had scrawled some kind of last testament onto this map. My friends, I know that you will eventually find me, but by then it will be too late. I have decoded the tabula, and I know our destiny lies in paradise. The key to the power of God is in our hands. I die secure in the knowledge that you will now be able to complete my work. Tell my family that I died doing my duty, that I surrender my life gladly to the cause. In the light of the day, these words will fade, like our souls. But rest assured that when they do, their echoes will guide us to where we will meet once again. I'm not sure, but it looks like crafty old Gainan left a secret message in his testament. I picked up the old gun. It was too corroded and rusty to ever be fired again. It was an old, rusty pistol. Not a snowball's chance. I didn't want to burn that. That wouldn't have worked. That was almost... That was... The ornate lamp warranted a closer look. I gave the statue a push, and it turned anti-clockwise. I gave the statue another shove. Hey. What are you looking for?
I'm not sure yet, but there has to be some way of opening the door.
Laughing boy over there may beg to differ.
But George, he didn't have a woman's eye for detail.
That wouldn't make any sense. Nope, I needed to try something else. What do you think of this, Nico?
I think you have an insatiable habit for collecting things, George.
What do you think of this, Nico?
I don't know. Do you think it might be useful?
Check out this old gun. It's ancient.
Hey, watch where you point that thing.
Did I show you my hammer?
I've seen it, George.
That wouldn't have worked. That was... Nope. I knew it represented the tree of life. The pillar had been sculpted into a tree and then painted blue. I knew it was supposed to be the tree of knowledge. There was no need. Nico was in the same room. The third passage read, "Pure light, white light, pure light will win." So it was written in the old texts, affirmed by the Tabula Veritatis. And these were the accused's last words. Interesting. There was more about light, and somehow the Tabula Veritatis had a connection. Simeon would have known what it all meant, but unfortunately, Simeon was dead. Ex luce veritas. Out of light, truth. I didn't... That wouldn't make any sense. Nope. I didn't... That would be... That was... I didn't... I did... It was a radio. It didn't work. Never in a... That's... According to the translation, some guy called the Sun King once had the Tabula Veritatis in his possession. The symbol on the tablets looked similar to the ones etched into the face of the Tabula Veritatis. If Galen's translation is correct, the symbol La-Ha-Shi represents the Sun City region. Galen had marked this symbol in red with the letter A. If Galen's translation is correct, the symbol Ka-Ip-Ha means burning enemy cities. Shi-Shi translates as mountain kingdom. Galen had marked this symbol with the letter B. Du-A-Shi apparently means the Two River region. If Galen's translation is correct, the symbol La-Ji-Shi represents the Sunset Mountain. The symbol Zhu-Ha was translated as the Young Cities. Galen had marked this symbol with the letter E. That wouldn't make any sense. The symbol on the tablets looked similar to the ones etched into the face of the Tabula Veritatis. If the translation is right, the symbol La-on represents the Sun King. That wouldn't work. That wasn't worth trying. What do you think of this, Nico?
Not much, George.
That was never going to work. I gave the statue another shove. The symbol on the tablet that was almost a great idea. I wondered if Gainon's notes on the photograph might help me decode the tabula. She translates as Mountain Kingdom. Gainon had marked this symbol with the letter B. If Ganon's translation is correct, the symbol La-Ha-Shi represents the Sun City region. Ganon had marked this symbol in red with the letter A. The symbol Ku-Is-I was translated as people, travel, look. Ganon had translated this glyph, Ah-Shu, as Blood River. According to Ganon's translation, this symbol is I Zhu Lu, which means witnessing the start of Godhead. According to Ganon's translation, this symbol is I. According to Ganon's translation, this symbol. Ganon had translated this symbol, Du U, as 4 victories. If Ganon's translation is correct, the symbol It was a location, but I needed to know where it was. It was a location. It was a location. It was a location. It was. It was. It was a location, but I needed to know where it was. It was a location. It was a location. It was a. It was a. It was. It was. It was. It was. It was a. It was. It was. It was a. The symbol on the tablets looked similar to the ones etched into the face of the Tabula Veritatis. It was a location, but I needed to know where it was. It was a location. It was a location. It was a location, but I needed to know where it was. It was a location. It was a location. It was That was the first row of symbols cracked. It was all starting to make sense. It was a location. It was a location. It was a location. It was a look. It was. It. It was a. If Gainan's translation is correct, the symbol La-Ha-Shi represents the Sun City region. Gainan had marked this symbol in red with a letter F. Shi Shi, Gainan had marked Du A Shi, apparently means the Two River region. If Gainan's translation is correct, the symbol La Ji Shi represents the Sunset Mountain. The symbol Zhu Ha was translated as the Young Cities. Gainan had marked this symbol with the letter E. It was a location. It was a location, but I needed to know where it was. It was a location. It was a location. It was a location,